If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 1st of August 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Flemington. Now, Flemington is one of the top tracks in the world and it is hands down the best track in Australia. We've got 9 races today here. The ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile is about 450 meters and this is an anti-clock direction track. The difficult part of this track is the straight. Nobody has a clue how the straight works because they have been hiding the mechanics of the straight for a very long time. There's no clue about how this particular section works. And we've got a couple of races here. This section works normally how it should work, but this is the difficult section, the straight. This is the famous Flemington straight. So we'll see what we can do here today. We've got 9 races. We've got a group 3 and then we've got some good races coming up today here. Today is probably the first race of this new season. Things are going to be working a little differently than what it was working a couple of weeks ago, at least here at Flemington. The rail is out about 10 meters, so we will see what we can do with the rails, and that's how things are arranged today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those things. This channel is not about tips. We do not provide tips. What we provide is the insight, all right? The decisions that you make are your own and how you proceed is your own call, but you know what this is all about. This is horse racing. Things can go wrong. Things do go wrong. And our aim is to take an educated guess instead of a blind guess. All right. That's how this channel works, and we'll see what we can do with the first one. The first one is a benchmark 84. 2,500 meters. We'll take the market snapshot. .348 has been scratched. We don't have 348. 5692. Also, one of the most important thing that I kind of have to mention about Flemington. Flemington offers anywhere about 40% and above on the odds. So the odds are pretty neat here. All right. We've got 9 races, so approximately 3, 4 or more of the favorites should be home. So that's how the track performance has always been. Five, 6, 9, 2. So this is a benchmark 84, 2500 meters. Now 2500 meters is a little steep, okay? So that's where the primary linears, they kind of find it very difficult because they are very highly handicapped, right? They find it difficult. And what we have seen basically in this track is, firstly, we needed a 5-year-old mare, which we don't have. And we have also seen that a lower weight actually beating the top weight. Okay. Now, how the lower weight is, how do we identify the lower weight? So like 9 and 10, they have the lowest weights. All right. 9 and 10, they have the lowest weights. Now, if we look at where they come from, so that's a 58 lower weight, as in drop of 4.5 kilograms on this. Leverage is not much. So that's that part of the thing. Here it is, the 10 probably is doing very well. It is an EW, which is up here. So that is a lower weight. Now, can the lower weight beat this lower weight beat the performers? I mean, the higher rated horses? That probably is not the case. So 6 has a lower weight than 5, but 6 is a linear, which means it is getting into a tussle with the handicapping. So 6 is like that. 5, on one side, it is showing drop, okay? And the other side, the leverage is the highest. So this probably is a fake drop that the trainers are trying to push in. And they often do it here at Flemington. Why? Because the prize money is pretty much higher than any of the other tracks. So I think the 5 is the right odd. 1 will get there. 1 will get there. The 1 is the top weight, which will get there. This is Flemington. Things are pretty much how they are, but the 1 is a 7-year-old gelding. That's one of the things that is a difficult proposition for a 7-year-old gelding. But that's a superb horse. That's what it is. Okay, it has got league races. It has got Group 1, Group 2 races. Everything in its resume. So that thing is going to work. So I believe, if we look at a high pressure, low pressure thing, then probably I want to And there are two things which are in advantages. 5 and 6 are the youngest horses. Okay, those two are the youngest, and so that is a distance which needs to be covered, 2,500 meters. So I think the odds are right. 5 should win. 1, 2, 6. That is how it should play. Now, what is the issue with 2? Okay, and 5. So they're pretty high jumping on. We can see the scale. It's pretty high. 6 is lower, but it is also lower on the relative weight. 5 is on the third. It is the largest drop, which is contradicting with what it has on the leverage side. So this probably is a fake. So that drop is probably not exactly a drop. They're pretty much neat with their arrangements. So 5 probably is the right odd. Should be 5, 1, 2, 6. Hello, man. Welcome back. 5161. It should be like that. It should be like that.
major wins to speak of, but I think every horse will get their chance, maybe edge off the inside late in the day.
Your best bet comes up in race number 6, Touchdown. He's really talented. Hit the line well first up at Sandown.
It was an excellent return, wasn't it, from a mile back. Storms home, and the horse he beat was heavily back, or the beating was heavily back. Carl would have run earlier today by now. I'm expecting that form to be frank. Gets to the 1600, and look, he's got better wins in him, I think, than a benchmark 78.
Best value bet is Brilliant Horizon in race number 5. He's had excuses off that first up win.
Yeah, been batting up through the last couple. She had a slow recovery second up, and last up, she just didn't get around Caulfield at all, to my eye. Wrong leg, picked up and hit the line when the race was over in the straight. Gets to Flemington, first go 1400, not worried. Dry track, some query, but I think it's an easy lead here and can give us a big kick.
The tab we're on over the 2,500 metres kicks things off. A benchmark 84 and Nico Frod, your top pick, is flying this prep since being gelded.
Yeah, it's the gelding operation and out to the staying trips. I think that's been the reasons for the wins. They've been really strong wins, and he, thrashed really. Key rival, original key rival in Schultze. They scratched. That horse came out won with 60 kilos. Just has to do it on dry ground. The only time he's been on a dry track, stopped the rock, beat him. About 3 lengths and change. Our Chief, the new season 4-year-old, comes off a good, strong win. First go trip last week, beat a field chock full of promising young stayers. He can clearly win. Black Run can improve here. Dry track, no real issue. Tempesti's a bit of a drifter. I think more a wet tracker, but happy with the 5 on top. 5, 6, 1, 2.
Nico Frod, your top pick, is a clear market mover at the tab, $2.60 into $2.30. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Last 15 minutes, Nico Frod, $2.50, $2.60 into $2.30 best backed out. Chief just behind it, $2.60, $2.70 back to $2.60. Black Run is $9 into $8.50. The only other spec is Tempesti, number 1, $13.15 back into $14. Nico Frod, best backed. It's won 2 of 4 since being gelded, and a lightly raced 5-year-old is lining up at start number 12 with a good record.
Yeah, he's building a good little CV, isn't he? Especially as we've referenced there, since getting out to these staying trips and off their gelding operations, become very genuine. He absorbed pressure 2 back and 1 well. Good ride latest, but again, good strong win. So just has to tick that dry track box, a good 4. So we're going to learn something either way here.
An attractive day of winter racing at Flemington as we say hello to Matt Hill.
Affair to kick off, and punters believe that Blake Shin, there he is going into the stalls on his return, can win the first. 260 into 240 back to 250. Last one getting set, and that is Samuel Langhorne for the tab we're on. 2,520 metres, a good 4, and the rail is in the 10 metre place. Set to go for the opener. And they're racing, and Black Run from barrier number 3 broke away well with Our Chief and Niako Frod is nice and close, and Bluestone behind them as they settle. Next in the race is Urban Outlook, and they were followed by Samuel Langhorne, who's 3 wide and is going to press forward as they reach that first corner. And Tempesti is last of the small group as they leave the running at the 2,200. Black Run is the pilot. From Niako Frod, Our Chief got the set, and Samuel Langhorne just steadily slides up around them and should slot in here. 4th one off the fence. Bluestone is next along the rails, and then came Urban Outlook, and Tempesti last towards the riverside. So as expected, no pressure up front. Black Run the leader by 3/4 of a length to Niako Frod, and then came Our Chief, who's relaxed pretty well. 3rd getting the box seat trail. 4th is Samuel Langhorne. A length away in the field, Bluestone. Urban Outlook at the 1,700 metres, and Tempesti is at the back of the field. So heading past the 1,600 metres, and it's Black Run as it likes for now. From in second place, Niako Frod. Our Chief is 3rd. Samuel Langhorne slotted in. 4th one off the fence. And then came Bluestone, who's 3 back on the paint, the grey horse from Urban Outlook and Tempesti, as they steadily make their way past the 1,400 metres. Black Run controlling the speed and is just proving to be a little bit of a nightmare here for the jockey, just starting to pull as Niarco Front is 3/4 of a length away. They were followed by in third Our Chief and fourth is Samuel Langhorne. A length and a half away Bluestone Urban Outlook. There's been no change and two further back Tempesti. If anything, Black Run's quite keen and past Chiquita Lodge. Got to do it quicker that last 300 or 400 metres. A half length Niarco Front and then Our Chief Samuel Langhorne. They are about to approach the 850 marker, followed by Bluestone Urban Outlook, who are third last and second last respectively, 2 lengths Tempesti. Well, there's been no change at all. Black Run comes up to the corner, now about to be nosed by Niarco Front. Samuel Langhorne out wider, coming with a surging gallop. Our Chief behind those horses, trying to extricate through from Urban Outlook, Bluestone leaving the fence, and then Tempesti. So it's going to be a dash. 450 metres to go. Niarco Front slides past Black Run, who looks beaten. Samuel Langhorne is battling on with Our Chief and Urban Outlook, and that's the race. Niarco Front. Blake Shin went for home. 250 metres to go. 3 lengths in front of Our Chief, Urban Outlook. Samuel Langhorne, a gap in the field to Black Run. But it's Niarco Front. 100 metres to go. Had a really good buffer. Still 2.5, 3 lengths in front. And welcome back, Blake Shin. Niarco Front has won it from Urban Outlook, Our Chief,
5-10.
Samuel Langhorne. They were followed by Bluestone Tempesti and last Black Run.
So, New Arco Front has turned into a different horse since being gelded. It's won its last 3, and Blake Shin is back, baby, at Flemington Gator.
Yeah, he's the story, isn't he? Blake Shin. Look, so often in this sport over many years of following, it can take jockeys and riders a few runs to find their feet in that rhythm again. No worries, Blake Shin. I'll just go up and outside the speed, control the race, kick on strongly and win easily. And it looked like he hasn't missed a beat. Maybe those 74 jump outs were a good preparation. So credit to him, well done. Horse flying, and there's better wins in him. I think there's plenty of good country cups around if they can hold him together this spring. And he was dominant today.
5, 10, 6 and 7 will be the result of the first on Ori Star Day, 8 races to come. Newcastle about to start with Phil Roberts calling an 8-race cup.
That did not work. We'll go to the next. Well, 5 won. 5 is the right odd. Six has been scratched. We don't have 6. 3, 4, 1, 2. 3 is the right odd. 3 probably is the right odd. 4, I'm not sure because 4 is the linear. It doesn't have the rails with it today. So 4, I'm not sure. On a 59, that's the highest drop. And the leverage is huge. So that's probably the real thing. And this one is also the largest drop. It is also not doing well. 2 is okay, but that's where the 5 also gets in. Okay, so the 5 is a check in between. Now this is 1000 meter. This is going to be on the straight. Okay, this is going to be on this particular section. This section is the most treacherous section in the Australian horse racing. Nobody has a clue how this thing works. So be careful on what your decisions are, because at the end of the day, those, I mean, that the odds are right. Okay, that's the top weight. Okay, this is also the top weight, but that's a drop on a 62. 2 and 3, they are same, but the form line is with 3. Okay, so now that's exactly where the 5 gets in. If the 2 fails, which ideally is a problem. Why? Because both 4 and 2, 4 is a huge pressure line, and the jockey is one of the green guys, so that's a very weird mismatch. Having said that, for 1000 meter, we also need one of those guys, but the pressure is so huge. It's Flemington and it's on the straight, so that is on the 4th line on the weight. This is the top weight. Ideally, that is the one which should go. The odds are right on 3. Whether 4 will get there is difficult, and 2 is having an issue with form line. So 5 is there. Both are wide gates, but here it doesn't matter. Why? Because it is the straight. So those gate numbers do not matter. On the contrary, they are better. Why? Because on those sections, the field is a lot stable, okay, than this. This is where the regular racing is happening. These sections are rarely used, so those are that's why we get to see there is a division when they're running at the straight. Some horses, they tend to go to the inner rail, some of them go to the outer rail, and the reason is the outer rail is the fresh side of the track. So those are not the issues. So that 5 is there in between, and probably, and then from the above, if we have an advantage on the weight, that a lower weight will work. So the 11 has never raced. This is the first time it is going to be racing, and it is going to be racing on the ground, which is 8 cannot win. It's a 54, which will go as a neutral. So that probably will not happen. That generally doesn't happen. The question is between 3 and 5. 5 is 57. So 3 is good. 11 is the newcomer with a lower weight. But this one is higher. 3, 5. Definitely. And this one is 22, 8, and 54, and then probably 2. Ten, 4, 5, 1. 10 is a negative leverage 20. I don't know. Those negative leverage, I was actually looking at 7. Why? So if the order is right, then 3 is the right order. 5 is the next because of the form line. This one drops on form line, the 2. Then before it goes to the drop, the 7 is there, but it is a negative leverage 16. And you're talking about 10, which is a negative leverage 20. EW10. Okay.
Yeah, well placed there by the Archibald team, and the race just mapped like those two may settle 1-2 drop anchor. They to jump out.
Yeah, look, it's a tough race, but she was, of course, the late scratching last Saturday. Interestingly, that day she was $8.50 into $7 late off a nice quiet trial. She won well fresh last time. There was a gap to third. Then won a Cinderella Stakes again, a gap to third. She's got to give the males a bit of weight, sort of some of them 4 kilos relative to weight for age. But I think she can run well. She's very backable. Speaking of backable, I think both the Troubleshooter and El Montego are way over the odds here. They come through a race here at Flemington where first and third in that race. I think it'd be pretty hot favourites in this. The runner-up was Leopard Shark there. And the Troubleshooter was only 0.7 of a length off that horse and good leading. And the other one, El Montego, hit the line really nicely. So I want both of those on my team. Hearts Affair won well latest. They run quicker time than the older horses on the day, albeit off a faster early speed. Eurocanto resumes gelded and he's trialled well. 2.578.
Those two gated mentioned at longer odds. The Troubleshooter, number 5, is $11 into $8.50, and Al Montego, number 7, $14 out to $18. Rebel Tuesday, the top pick, 7 this morning, $8.50 back into $7 late. Eurocanto's been best back for Blake Shin, $7.50 into $4.80. Resumes a gelding, tongue tie first time. 5th here and 4th at Werribee and jump outs. It's been well back for Team Hayes.
Yeah, he found the line really nicely in the trial. Liked what I saw there. Beat the Blue Diamond winner, if you don't mind, on debut. And then had a myriad of excuses after that. Did a lot wrong. No surprise, he returns gelded here. And very wary of him.
Late with the bookies, it's Euro Canto 6 into $5. Rebel Tuesday is the on top of for Gator. It's $7.50 out to $8.50, back to $7.50. The troubleshooter in your mix has fans everywhere, Gator. The winkers have been removed today, $13 into $8.50.
Yeah, he was good, I thought. He stayed hard on that inside rail, Flemington up to Australia, which is never ideal. I know, you know, as then 2-year-olds, that's the way they race. But he ran into a smart debutant, I'm sure of that. Was a half length and change off Leopard Shark, who I think would be favourite here. And they ran good time relative to the older horses. Not many late season 2-year-olds were doing that. So his second pick and I think was over the odds.
Your fourth pick, Hearts Affair, is $8.50 out to $9 into $7.50, making its debut this way of going at start 3. On the second, let's get to Matt Hill.
Underway down there. We go 1,000 metres for the Jockey Celebration Day Sprint. Rubare comes along. And that means there's one to get set, and that is the troubleshooter, who's into single figures on VOP. So the 3-year-old's just about right as the troubleshooter goes to the outside.
That's a nice one.
Go.
Araman.
To run and away. Eurocado skipped in the air, missed a couple of lengths. Covert Action away cleanly over on the far side with Superbeck showing its usual speed. El Montego up the middle with Rubare and also Relinquishing. Santa Barbara behind them with Hearts Affair, the troubleshooter. Eurocanto and Rebel Tuesday is at the end. So it's Covert Action, one off the fence, and Superbeck derails a length and a half. Rubare, then Relinquishing El Montego. The troubleshooters out deeper on the course, then Hearts Affair. Back in the field, Santa Barbara and Rebel Tuesday as they link onto the course proper. 400 metres to go. Covert Action held together with Superbeck on the fence. A length Rubare. Then came El Montego. Next in the field, the troubleshooter being chased along from Relinquishing, who needs an out. Eurocanto still third last. Covert Action, Superbeck together. Covert Action's wobbling towards the middle of the course. Santa Barbara's getting right up along the inside. It's going to be a big finish. El Montego takes the lead from Santa Barbara. El Montego, I think, just beat Santa Barbara in a driving go.
7-11.
Superbeck Rubare from Relinquishing. Next to finish in the contest was Covert Action, who was in it for a long way.
Why would you do that?
The troubleshooter and Eurocanto.
7-11.
Looks like the 7 will get the cash here. El Montego at start number 2. Well, up on the inside, Santa Barbara does take a late dive at it.
7-11.
Probably miss. It will definitely miss. And El Montego will go 3 better than it did at big odds on debut here at Flemington, Gator.
Yeah, I think there's a lesson in that. You know, he was big odds last start, and so often those horses are overlooked by punters in the market. I thought he ran a great race there. I love the way he hit the line. He was held up a touch. I referenced the winner of that race. I think his stakes class third was Leopard Shark, who would be hot favourite in this. So I thought he was the one at silly odds. And with the senior rider, Mickey D, giving him a great steer, he burst through, beat a debutant Santa Barbara who trialled really well. I think we'll forgive the well-backed Eurocanto who blew the start and a race shape against.
2 races down, early quaddie underway, and 9 races to come on Group 3 Oryx Star afternoon from Flemington. Second event from Newcastle is up next. Second court.
7-11. Okay. So we were thinking, I mean, this is difficult to work with these kind of houses. That's the largest thing. 7, then 11, which is the newcomer. So both the EWs actually went through and they could not hold the pressure. So what exactly happened? Seven, 11. I don't know what are the others, but 7 and 11, both the EWs. So a low pressure prevailed. Okay. Now, So this is Flemington. What they're doing is there are two things about this particular scene. Okay, firstly is the straight. The straight is a lethal straight. I forget about me. Nobody has a clue how the straight works, and this horse was a negative leverage. I had when Araman started talking about the 10, I tried looking at the 7, and honestly, that was showing, which is okay, but the problem is the negative leverage. So I did not trust that. But those are the horses which will always be there, and that's what things are all about. Now, also, what I have done is I have removed the column of the negative resistance. Okay, so the resistance I removed, and that is also one of the things that I removed, the resistance, because that is giving us a lot of trouble, the resistance, in understanding what might happen. So probably it went through the resistance, and if we look at that, that doesn't have a resistance. So 7, I mean, that's that. I'll keep that hidden because that thing gives us nightmares. If you want that thing to be open, let me know in the chat. I will open it up. But I want to keep that hidden because we need to figure out what's going on. So that's the negativity on the resistance side. So the resistance will work, and we did not take a look at that. So that's the thing. We'll go to the next. Arman, that thing was the 10. I'll tell you where you were right. So if we look at the drop, that's one of the lowest drops, okay, which is right, and it was also doing well. It was also racing well. But things went wrong, and things went wrong. I mean, I honestly did not hope that the 7 is going to win. Okay, I did not hope the 7 is going to win. They're both negative leverages. But from your perspective, if we look at these two horses, then you were right on what you were talking about. This is 1.5 from 55. This is 54. It's a drop. Pressure, no pressure. So that happened. And so your perception was not entirely wrong. But what also is important, I guess, is, you looking at how the form lines are and the rest of the things which are there. We'll go to the next. Two has been scratched. One is gate number 3. 3 is gate number 1. 4 is gate number 4. 5 is gate number 6. 6 is gate number 2. 7 is gate number 8. And 8 is gate number 9. 9 is gate number 7. Everything is right. 1, 5, 4, 6. Yeah, the thing is, again, it's like this, we just faced this here, and they failed. Okay, especially the one failed because it was a 7-year-old gilding. Okay, that should have gotten in, but that failed because it's a 7-year-old gilding. Now the thing with Flemington is this, that they have these horses, all right, they have the right stock, and they can be very, very difficult to beat, but common sense is it's a 10-year-old gilding, all right, with that kind of a pressure line, so that probably is not the thing. It'll get there. That's what I think. It'll get there. Now, for a 2000 meter, the linears do win. But here, the linear is kind of in a trouble. So, what is the difference between 4, 3, and let's talk 4 and 3, okay? 3 is definitely doing better in terms of form line, which is good, but 4 is kind of a heavier horse, okay? 4 and 1, they are of the same body weight. One is a 10-year-old gelding, the other one is a 7-year-old gelding. 5 is our linear friend, which is there. And then this one is a 7-year-old mare. We have all these horses in here. So through age, if we look, then also it is, the 5 probably is not in a winning position today. 1 is a 10-year-old gelding, which probably will get there if things work accordingly. But I think it is 4. Now, what is the difference between these two horses is the amount of advantage. This is an EW, okay? This is an EW. So but that is carrying the highest weight, not the linear. The linear is carrying 54.5, 2000 meters, benchmark 100. This is benchmark 100. So they are all good horses. But the problem is they are also senior citizens. The youngest two horses are the 8 and the 5. The 8 is also on the same line as this one. That is carrying pressure on a 54. This is good, 52, 2000. So that probably 52, 53, like that. Is an 8-year-old. Which is 53, which is a drop, no drop. 53, 54. How will you trust an 8-year-old? It's probably 4. Then it rises, so that's the lowest. Then it rises here. Ideally, after that, it drops. So then it can drop here, probably. It's the linear. We will increase. This is y54, 154, and 5, 50, 54. This is coming from 54. 8 is also coming from 54. And that's a drop. This is trying to do that. I think it's 4, probably 4. 4, 1. Four, 1. And ideally 5, because C doesn't, and 5. That is a 58. So 4. 3. 7. This is 54. This out. This is 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. Then probably 5. One, 1, 2, 5, 4, 1, 3. 7-year-old heavyweight. It's at 53, 54. 65, 55, Junior will get in. We can't win. This two are 58. This is higher, 65, 63, 4.1, both same, so be higher. And this Genius, which is the largest drop of 17.5, is a 9-year-old gilding. God knows what it'll do. I think it is 4. Again, I mean, if that becomes a breeze work for this, if this becomes a breeze walk for 7, because it is a drop, it's a drop of 17.5 kilograms. Okay, the relative weight is about 70 kilograms. It is carrying 52. Either it is a drop which is 17.5 kilograms. Can that get through? I mean, technically it is possible. Technically it is possible. Why? Because that horse is actually capable of carrying a lot of weight, and right now there is no weight on that horse. So technically it is possible, but that's a 9-year-old gelding. And I mean, if we have to believe the drop is of 17 kilograms, 17.5. The leverage is also 17. So I mean, we can't ignore this horse. The 7 cannot be ignored. That thing is, I mean, it's a very unreliable, unbelievable kind of a thing. But I mean, technically, if that's a 9-year-old gelding, and if the relative weight is about 70, where it is coming from, and now all of a sudden it feels 52 kilograms on that horse, so that becomes a breeze walk for this horse. But I don't think it'll win. It is difficult because I mean, I don't have any reason to say why it'll not win, because technically it can actually nail everybody else. It can actually nail everybody else. But let's just believe that a 9-year-old gelding with that kind of a drop will not work. And the odds are right. The 1 is a 10-year-old gelding. If that's that, then this is that. Let's see how it works. Dows, welcome. Go for. Welcome back. Dows. Man, I want to see how that thing. Star of India, yeah, that horse is Star of India. That's right. But you know what is very, very dicey is this, that so I mean, the point is this, that you know, there are two ways of looking at what we are looking at. One is from our perspective. From our perspective, what do we understand is we need to have a weight which defines the horse's capability. Then we need to take a look at where it is coming from, what is the relevant weight, all that is there. But you know, we've been we've been doing this for a very, very long time. Okay. It's almost going to be about 3 years after we've done the thing, the Melbourne Cup this year. But the point is, what I'm trying to say is this, that these guys are good. Okay, these guys are good. The EWs, they are good. And honestly, it is from Flemington where we got the EWs 2 years ago. It is basically Flemington who taught us how to work with the B+. Okay, it is Flemington. Now, point is this, that these are good horses. Okay, so what are we supposed to look at? First, we need to look at whether the 5, which is our hero, can it win, and what is going to determine whether it will win and not win. So that's a good horse. That's a 324, which is good. Has a leverage, the top leverage. And what becomes the problem is basically the weight that it carries versus the pressure in the middle. Okay, like here. So 3 was carrying 59, and if you look at what happened, none of these horses got in. None of these horses got in, all right? The secondary pressure line, none of them got in. The 7 actually won, which is how things are now. So the 5 with that is the 1. Okay, so that's why, if that is creating a secondary pressure on that horse, that probably is not the thing. I forgot to check that in the previous one, but that's the point. Now this thing cannot win, which is our next hero. The next hero is 8. Okay, which is the second linear. The second linear is one of the lowest weight, and when that is happening, the 7, which is with a drop from 70, is going to directly talk to that 8. Okay, come on baby, that's the kind of a scene. So that's where the 9 gelding comes in. Can that win with that kind of a drop? It makes it very, very risky. 953 is another EW. That is okay. These two are 7-year-old, 8-year-old, but ideally that's where this guy comes in. Okay, so let's hope that happens. And this one is a 10-year-old gelding. I don't know. Adamant. You're right. Adamant, my queen is 643. 643. 643. Oh, 643. 6 is a granny. But you have a, I mean, your point is also right. These guys, this is one of the lowest drop. Okay, and this is no drop, what is an 8-year-old gelding. So your point is right. You are exactly your eyes are absolutely pointing to the right direction, Ottoman. Your eyes are pointing to the right direction. That is true. True. But that 53 is creating a pressure, and as a 53 and being a neutral, it is difficult to win. 53 do not win as a neutral. If that needs to happen, then everything else has to go wrong. I've seen that happening. I have seen that happening, but for that, everything else has to go wrong. Everything else. They're racing? What are you talking?
Princess in fifth, the length Flash Feeling Star of India, and Farag is last. Heading towards Chiquita Lodge at the 1200 metres. Smoke and Roman's the leader by a half. Chief Little Rock, who's overdoing it on the outside. And they're 3 lengths See That Storm. 2.5 Braden Star, Smoke and Princess, a length Flash Feeling. Then came Star of India, and last of all Farag at halfway. Smoke and Roman's in front, with on the outside Chief Little Rock, just keeping it honest here. And they're about 2.5 See That Storm, 3/4 away Braden Star. Then Smoke and Princess, Flash Feeling, Star of India. And last of the group is Farag as they approach the turn. So the favourite Smoke and Roman, 650 out from Chief Little Rock a neck away. See That Storm is stalking that duo, a length and a quarter off those. And then Braden Star and Smoke and Princess hooked to the middle of the course. Star of India the widest, Flash Feeling battles on, and then Farag. Smoke and Romance has been softened up at the 450. See That Storm is presenting up the middle and boldly moves up and takes the lead. Star of India coming on from Smoke and Princess. See That Storm at the 250. Draws a length and a half. Star of India. A gap to Smoke and Princess. Smoke and Romance. See That Storm with 100 metres to go. Star of India is trying desperately hard. See That Storm, 3/4 of a length. Star of India and See That Storm up to 2,000.
5-4.
5 lengths Smoke and Princess from Smoke and Romans, and then Braden Star, a gap Flash Feeling, and then a gap Chief Little Rock and
5-4.
Farag at the tail.
See That Storm, import, wins for the first time in Australia at Australian start number 3. In off a freshen today as it repels
5-4-6-1.
Just the dry track is the key. It's been on dry tracks 8 times and yet to miss the quinella in any of them. And couldn't have asked for a better run with the favourite being tested by a roughie.
5-4-6-1. Man, 5 went through. Five, 4, 6, 1. So 5 went through. 4, that did not happen. Okay. That 7-year-old gelding just did not stand on a 2000 meter. It tried, but that is not possible. Probably. And this thing went through with the pressure. 5-4. 6. Then 1. Come on. We'll go to the next 4. Three, 5, 7, 10, and 14 all scratched. 3, 5, 7, 10, and 14 all scratched. One, 4, 18, and 11. Hmm. So what is happening? The one is the favorite, okay? Now, these are absolutely stunning horses. Otherwise, these numbers will not appear. Now, what exactly? I mean, this is Flemington, so they have the stock. So these are very good horses. Now, what is happening is that one is up 7.5 steps from 15, but the actual thing is 59. Okay, so that's one way of looking at it. It has one of the best form line as of now, right now. Okay, that is that. But it generally is not about form line like here we saw. So it is generally not about form line. Otherwise, that thing would have won. So that did not happen. So that is a steep one. But if we look through what is happening, that 6 is again in between. All right, that 6 is a check. Why? Because that's a 63. That is a lower drop. These are all chasing up high, like 7 steps up. I don't know. It's coming from 54, and right now it is chasing 61, which is kind of a very difficult race. Those things are not producing today. Okay, here at Flemington, those things are not producing today. Why they're not producing is because this is Flemington and we have horses to choose from. So again, that is the EW which is there. Now this is a 1400 meter. We are 10 meters in terms of the rail. So the rail has been pushed 10 meters. So the wider gates will obviously have a problem. Okay, the wider gates will obviously have a problem on a 1400 meter. They will be treating it as a 1200 or 1100, something on those lines. But that makes it difficult. It is not easy. So that is that part of the story. These are, that is the lowest drop on 63. That is the top. Okay, that is one of the lowest drop. So that's that. And that is 7 steps up. Now, what are the other possibilities that might happen? So, if that's the low. So here also, if we look at how things happened, okay, the 5 was high, then was 4 low, then came 6, which was high, then came what? 1. So it is generally, it is like that: high, low, high, low. That's how it plays generally because of the pressure containment. And if that's the low, then there has to be a high. So high, if we look at that on 63, that's okay. Now, where exactly is a high producing from an inner gate that is reliable? So that is where these two horses, they come in. Okay, they are both high pressures. Okay, one is a 60, the other one is a 59.5. This is a drop of 2, and this is getting into pressure. So both of them are 5-year-old gelding. Leverage is on this horse, so let's say 11. So if 11 produces pressure from gate number 1, then it'll go low. It'll go low as 62, which is a low but wide. That's also wide. This is also wide. This is also wide. 8 is a 62. To 7, producing low 42. So 2.5 drop still here. 62, 59, 3.5, 7. In that case, it probably will come back on 1. 1 is anyway the favorite and it has a form line, but that 6 is a check. Okay, so this is where we had to look for one which is higher than this. So that probably is a bad idea. 11 is a bad idea because they are the same. But that probably is possible. I mean, this will create pressure, this will not create pressure. In that case, this one has the advantage. And 3-1. Then it'll probably go anywhere. But that 6 is a check. PC 5EW morph. Welcome back, PC. Wait. This could be high. That's very high. And this is good. 11. This is producing pressure, obviously. 59. Go on. Then low. Naveen, welcome back, Naveen.
Horses, despite not racing in the best part of the track. So look, it's a good case for a benchmark 74, effectively a midweek race it is. And I think he can win again. I'm scared of Elfacero, who maps for a really good run and probably should be unbeaten at 1400. I think Dark Bonnie will end up the best horse. I was originally nervous about the gate, but comes into 12 after scratchings. No worries running on today. He can clearly win the race. He was hard ridden to win his trial, but he won it well enough. The last time he was first up, he beat All Bar at Gunwet Tracker in 10 Commandments. There's that open class 4. And Flying Mickey just continually races well and is often underrated by the market. Draws out, but no major issue there. 118.460.
Clear market mover here with Tab is Fear No Evil, who joins Carhoff and Dark Bonnie at the top of the trade at $5, in from $7.50. Lightly raced 5-year-old. He's talented when right, on speed and battled on okay. Fresh, much fitted today.
Yeah, he was solid there, wasn't he? He was beaten 3 lengths by Carhoff. He'll be fitter there. You referenced that. And if he can run Meridiana and Co to 2.8 lengths, that was second up last prep. He's clearly competitive here. So the drier track and a little weight advantage, you can make a good case there for the 11.
And at longer odds, number 19 into Zurab for Luke Nolan, Moody and Coleman, 21 into $13. Is returning from a break off a 5th at the Pakenham Jump Outs and a 2nd at the Pakenham Trials. Horse 19.
Yeah, look,
PC 16 Flemington.
Look, it's a benchmark 74, so you can make a case for all of them in this grade, given the compressed weight scale.
Possibly.
Look, he's off a 19-week break. He was off a much, much longer break when he ran well, very well, in a maiden at Maui, first up last time in. Then went on to be very competitive in an autumn classic around horses like Single Choice and Cora, the ill-fated Cora, unfortunately. But yeah, there's a case to be made. There's trialling well enough.
Late with the bookies, and Carhoff is the favourite, $4.20 out to 5, and just back into $4.80. Dark Bonnie $4.80 out to 5, and Fear No Evil $6.50 into 5. Then Elfacero $5.50 out to 6 into 5 back to $5.50. Money at longer odds for Flying Mickey, $11.14 back into 12. Dramaticus number 12, $14.16 back into $14. And Elfacero firms here as well, $16 into $13. With Carhoff in top pick and has come back to racing well this campaign.
Yeah, certainly has, hasn't he? And the Claims Youthful gets in with 59, so it's actually okay relative weights. And, 59 kilos sounds a lot, but if the limit's 57.5 or 58, you're not badly in, eh?
Just loves 1,400 metres. It's won 5 of 31 in its career. 3 of the 5 wins at today's trip.
Yeah, and it does love wet ground. Like, won really well on affected ground last up. And you look at the dry track stats, and he's been in the trifecta 12 of 22 and won 4 of those. So, dry track, no issue. Should get a good run for an inform apprentice here too.
Time to start thinking about the main quaddie, which starts with race 6 on Ori Star Day. Scan that QR code on screen. Easiest way to get involved. And all the Gators selection straight into the bet slip. 25% boosted bonus bets if he gets it. 4th at Flemington under beautiful blue skies. Here's Matt.
Naveen, one is the favorite. One is a beautiful horse. One is a very beautiful horse. It's a very expensive horse.
The 4th event, one of the bigger fields of the day, field of 14, was happy to stick here with Fear No Evil from that inside draw. Second up here as our Sky audience are with us as well. Beautiful sunshine in Melbourne, and another good competitive contest this one as Dark Bonnie goes into the stalls. Fear No Evil at the $5 mark remains just favourite. Dark Bonnie goes in. And Politely Done is going to be the final one. Politely Done, Damien Thornton takes the outside. And the field is set. Favourite drawn one. Movements. Rafa Tack just wanting to lift. All clear given, and they're racing. Pretty good line too. Itazura back to second last. Politely Done back to last. Fear No Evil sprung the gates hard and went straight to the front from Dramaticus and also Reset the Jazz. Getting over to fourth early is Impending Link as they sort out their positions, and then Carhoff. And next, Rap Attack on the fence from Zuradel to Zero, then Keen Enough and Dark Bonnie. It's just a shade beyond centre field, 3 deep from Itazura, Flying Mickey, and they were followed by Flag Flyer. Politely Done at the end of the field. Fear No Evil is the leader, approaching the 800 metres by 3/4 of a length. Dramaticus second, the outside. Reset the Jazz is third and fourth. Impending Link, a length and a half. Carhoff the outside in fifth place. They were followed by Rap Attack and Zoo Rain, a length and a half. L to Zero. They were followed by Itazura approaching the turn from Dark Bonnie, Keen Enough and well back Flying Mickey, Politely Done, and Flag Flyer struggling at the back of the field. It's Fear No Evil, 400 metres to go, held together by over a length, Dramaticus, and they were followed by Reset the Jazz, Impending Link. Behind them, Rap Attack, Itazura, Carhoff the outside, further back El to Zero, and Dark Bonnie is trying to wind up. It's Fear No Evil at the clock tower, 200 to go, getting a bit weary. Reset the Jazz, and Itazura is stopping up. Politely Done trying to get through on the inside, but hit a brick wall. Itazura took the front, and Itazura's won it. Second
19.
will be a photo dark. Carhoff involved with that. Politely Done looked a bit stiff up on the fence.
19,
They
1
were
and
followed
4.
by Reset the Jazz. Next to finish, Rap Attack, and then came Fear No Evil, Impending Link, and then Flag Flyer L to Zero. Well back, Dramaticus, Flying Mickey, and Sue Ray.
Itazura waltzing away for a first up win at $12 range across the totes. For second and third, I reckon it might be Dark Bonnie on the outside.
9, 4.
Probably from Carhoff. May well be 19, 4 and 1. And 17 takes a late dive at the 2 for fourth. Itazura landed some bets there at longer odds, Skater.
Yeah, they backed a few in that. Not
19. They killed it with the body weight, man. 74. Two, 3, 5, 9, 13 all scratched. 2, 3. Five, 9. 13. Okay. 1 is 14. One is 14. 4 is 3. 6 is 10. 7 is 5. 8 is 2. 10 is 16. 11 is 11. 12 is 9. 14 is 6. 15 is 8. 16 is 7. Okay. Ten, 7, 1, 14. So, okay, so this one is the famous Victorian trap. Why it is a trap? Because they're all same sex, same age, almost. This is one of those races that we've been trying to solve for a very long time. I still have no clear idea on this, and but what we have seen and what we know about this. So this race is not like any of these races, okay? It's not like them. Why it is not like them? Because here it is all mares and same sex, same age. What happens here is they almost have the same body weight. When they have the same body weight, it generally does not care about performances. It generally, like here, okay, it is the body weight that actually went through. Okay, it is actually the body weight which actually went through. There's nothing else. The heavier is better. It went through. There's nothing else. The 11 was on a lighter side, though it was good, but nothing survives when you have body weight. So that's one of the things which is there. However, when it comes to kind of a thing like this, where we have all mares, they almost have the same body weight. Okay. They almost have the same body weight. The difference could be 5 kilograms, 20 kilograms, 40 kilograms, anything. But ideally, they're the same body weight. What we have seen working with this particular model of racing is a horse with a low pressure from an inner gate. That is what we have observed. But is that something that can actually work? There's hardly anybody here in this channel who's not got burnt with this particular arrangement. It is a trap. Okay, nothing of these things don't work. Nothing works. We can only take an educated guess. So what is the educated guess? So ideally, if this was anything to do with anything about racing, then so let's first understand 10. 10 is coming from gate number 16. Is it a good horse? It's a fantastic horse. Look at the leverage. All right, that's a 73% on that horse. It's a fantastic horse. There is no doubt about it. What is happening is it's a 56. Okay, there's no drop on this, and there's a pressure line of 2.5, which is okay, but it is climbing 3 steps up. Okay, what is with 7? 7 is a higher model of horse. Okay, 7 is a higher model of horse, and that is with a drop but lower. There are other horses with much larger drops, but that's a lower drop. Here it is chasing the lowest, and that's a low pressure. The form line is good, and it is an inner gate. right now here we saw what the outer gates actually worked on a benchmark 74 because of body weight. All right, so those things they happened. It is exactly like what is showing here now. On papers the heaviest body weight is 14, but that is 53 uh, and creating that kind of a pressure. I think that's a lower model. These two are higher, uh, but this is a drop, this is a lower drop, and that's where I think it works. But 10, is it a good horse? There is no doubt it is a good horse. Okay, it's a fantastic horse. But the point is this, that being fantastic and being in an all-mare race are two different things. Take a look at what is happening. What is that? That is the linear. But that is not doing well. That is a heavy weight. No, no, it is 7. Let's see how it works. Yeah, Blake Shane is back. PC1, Sydney. Jocks are a pain, that is true, PC. It's a trap. This particular race is a trap. This particular race is a known trap. I mean, every race is a trap. There is nothing new about it. Every race is a trap. They want you to be focused on something which has got nothing to do with anything. And the market is wrong 60% of the time. Only 40% of the time the market is right. So every race is a trap. But this one is a very well-known trap. It's a very well-known trap. Jock slaughtered that Morphorce 2 times. That's bad. The 11 was also slaughtered by the jock only. The 11 did not have to be raved. It was doing okay. It was from gate number 1. Everything was right on 11. It could have gone through, but no. This genius thought, no, I will rave it. This genius actually thought that, no, I'm going to rave the horse and I will win it with a glory. In the bargain, it just went out of gas. That's all that happened. That's one way of looking at it, and they had the advantage. I mean, these guys, they don't realize that there is a body weight in play which is going to play, and if you do not act, things will go wrong. He raved the horse from gate number 1. What is your necessity to rave it? You're not competing with any of those horse. You're in a stable condition. You can go nice. No, he doesn't have to go nice. He wants to be Tarzan. Easy.
I'm not sure I'm in William Wallace area with Joycey here, but I think she just went up the wrong price tab for $15, $16 or something, and that was a forgive run for mine at Caulfield. She didn't seem to get around the track at all. once she got into a straight line up the home straight, she actually hit the line really well. You referenced that. The run prior to that slow recovery, go back 3 runs. Her first up win was brilliant. So, look, will she run 1400 on dry ground? Let's find out. You know, at a backable price, she might just get an easy lead here, which will be helpful as well. Silent Shares, that was some sort of win last time. Sat wide and bolted in. The dry track's no issue. Just draws a little awkward there again, but I definitely want her on my team. Salazu's unbeaten, 3 for 3 away from heavy tracks. Drove through latest and won well. First go at 1400. It was only start number 4. I do wish she drew a little bit better, but again, referencing this track's playing Church Me gave her all latest. You'd say Abraham was the better run, but she was terrific.
Easy.
That girl, so
Those are golden lines, and you'll stop
1, 10 and 7.
talking.
Lively trade on the tab fix. The favourite
Those are
Cherish
golden
Breeze,
lines that always comes from you, and you stop
Sally
speaking
Zoo,
lately.
5 off $7.
We
Silent Shares,
missed
$10
those.
into $7. Has Admirers 2 as the toppy. Brilliant Horizon. For Gately fans, $6.50 this morning, $7.50 just back into $7 late. There's been long price support for stage and screen number 8, Gator. She arrives here third run back from a break and got beaten, 5.4 by a very good one in Tennessee Bound on a heavy 8 last time out. Stage and screen's best form is on top of the ground, which she gets today.
Yeah, I agree with that. And she just picked a really tough day to try and swoop from the back there. And that's where, you know, pretty much every leader won or sat outside the leader on Lakeside that day. So it adds merit to her run. She'd be fit of that into this third up. She was a month between runs there and second up. So, yeah, dry tracks look the key. Looking through her dry track form, she's, you know, she's well and truly up to these fillies and mares, you know, benchmark 70s to 78s. So she's strongly in the mix dryer.
It's a good
She's
one.
been best back
It's
late
not
with the
bad.
bookie stage and screen, so it's 10 into $7.50, much more settled for the rivals. Cherish Me $4.80 into $4.60, Sally Zoo $4.80 to $5, Silent Shares $6.50 just down to $7, and then a nibble for Takiko, number 6 for Jordan Childs Graham Big, 9 into $8.50, and longer odds May Keffy. Nearly Ivy, and even Claymore Mine have been nibbled at. Brilliant Horizon is $6.50 out to 7, back into $6.50. Nothing wrong with a record of 7 starts, 2 wins and a placing early in her career, Gunner.
Yeah, that's right. And she's had a couple of genuine forgive runs in those, including her last 2. So, look, there is some query track upgrade.
The problem with
3.
10 is it's coming very wide, plus 10 meters on the rails.
I think she can lead here, get an
it's
easy
coming
enough
very
lead
wide.
and give us a strong kick.
Well, that's a
Cherish
fantastic
Me
horse,
is in your
there's
mix
no
for
doubt.
4th, the favourite. She's a capable mare for Kieran Marr.
Yeah, she gave her all last start. It was a blanket finish, but third misapprehend. I referenced that was terrific midweek off a wide run at Sandown. So it sort of franked that form. You know, if it's the right form, there's Salazar as well. So, yeah, she'll go forward and either sit on Brilliant Horizon or may even lead her outright here.
If you're up to 1 at odds, just further support for May Keffy, number 12, late with a bookie $16.19, back into $16 for Luke Cartwright. Let's get trackside for the 5th with Matt.
Another turn, Silent Shares, who's been racing so well, is about to come along with Emily Cosman taking the 3 kilo play. Gavin Benjamin looking for multiple winners on the program. James Johnston bringing up Cherish Me. Brilliant Horizon, the next one forwards. Mickey D also in the winner's circle earlier. Proven Soul comes along. Daniel Moore. So 2 to get set. Salazar and also Claymore Mine for this 5th of in another very open, hard race. Cherish Me has been backed into
This is not an open hard race. This is a trap race. This one is a trap.
Afternoon during the week at
We've been doing this for a very long time.
They're set. 5th events, we go 1400 again. And they're away, stage and screen towards the inside, broke away fast and to the lead from Proven Soul and Brilliant Horizon. Takiko's right up there too. A length and a half away, 16 Reasons, Cherish Me again, Claymore Mine. Silent Shares couldn't cross, has to sneak back, passed by May Keffy, Salazar, and Illy Ivy was the last to leave the gate. So Takiko forged on and went to the front of the 900 metres by about a length and a quarter, Proven Soul. Brilliant Horizon got the sit outside of stage and screen, 2 lengths, Cherish Me, 16 Reasons. A gap, May Keffy, Claymore Mine, followed by Illy Ivy, Salazar, and Silent Shares last of all through halfway. 700 metres to go. Takiko led by a length to Proven Soul, 2 length Stage and Screen. Then Brilliant Horizon, 16 Reasons, bailed away on the fence, 5th from Cherish Me. Next is May Kepi, Claymore Mine, Illy Ivy, Salazoo and Silent Shares. That's the order as they thunder around the corner of the 450. It's Takiko by a length, Proven Soul. Stage and Screen needs an out. Brilliant Horizon, 16 Reasons has run up behind them. Cherish Me brought to the outside in the light blue. Then a gap in the field to Illy Ivy. It's Proven Soul moving up to take the lead from Stage and Screen. Cherish Me is chasing and Illy Ivy from a long way back. Proven Soul, Stage and Screen at the 100. Cherish Me is joining in. Cherish Me up the Stage and Screen. Stage and Screen kicking and Cherish Me. They go to the line.
Hey, baby!
Stage and Screen, Cherish Me almost a dead heat. Then Silent Shares.
8-7.
Further back, 16 Reasons in company with Proven Soul. Then Salazoo, Brilliant Horizon, Takiko, Claymore Mine and May Kefi. Photo finish. Rails out a long way. You have to bring the outside up. 1:23.1 the race time. A photo finish. Stage and Screen and also the outside Cherish Me. They've hit this locked together. Bates feed John Stone, and as they hit the line, it's very close indeed. Cherish Me lunging at Stage and Screen,
8.
and it'll be Stage and Screen will just
8,
get
7,
there.
1 and
Yes,
11.
number 8.
Yep, there's a margin, Stage and Screen to win, so it'll be 8-7, 1/3, 11 4th. Stage and Screen has won, landed bets in the process, and drier footing, obviously the key there, Gator.
Yeah, and third up with the added fitness. Had a dream run.
This is a trap. Okay, this doesn't work. Yes, you're right. So what basically happened is, it plays high low, and so 10. Let me just put it into perspective. What was happening with 10? 10 was good. Okay, 10 is good. 10 is a fantastic horse. It's a 73% on the leverage. Look at the pressure line. That is all good. That is brilliant. But it is coming from gate number 16. Today the rails are out about 10 meters. The rails are out about 10 meters. Now I was looking at a scene where the high and the low plays, because that will play. High and the low will play. So 7 is obvious, and 7 is that thing will get in. So the nearest high that I could find, and here is the thing. So if you look at the others, like for 1, that is a 66, it is okay, but from gate number 14. This one is from gate number 16. The only one that I could figure is this one, which was a 62, higher than this. 62 was a drop, but was a high pressure on this. So I mean, it plays high low. So 7 is the low. This thing cannot go as a neutral. 56, 12 is not possible to go as a neutral. It will not go. 1 is too wide. Then all those things happen. So that is the reason. But that is just one of the things. All right. Here, let me put it into the right angle. So that was just taking a chance on this. Okay. This was just taking a chance on this. It matched up with the balance. It was here on the third line. It was good. But, I mean, the moment things go so wide, it becomes a little difficult as a proposition. Especially on a track which is 10 meters wide. This horse was good. So the result is 8, 7, 1 and 11. 8, 8, 7, then 1, which was from gate number 14, and that 11 somehow got through. So that was 1 and 11. I checked, this was a 6-year-old mare. This one was a 7-year-old mare, so it had to drop somewhere. It was here. 14 was brain dead according to PC's language. 14 was brain dead. 14 did not want to win. Yes, PC. Jocks have that issue. What can we do? We go to the next. 4, 15, 16, and 18 all scratched. 4, 15, 16, and 18 all scratched. 10, 9, 1, 17. This is basically a trap. It doesn't work. Okay, the all mare thing doesn't work. It is one of those things which will never work. $1,600 man. 10 should win. 10 is the right odd. So what's happening is this, that if we look through this, then we'll get a clear picture. So they are all the high rated horses which are there, but they come with drop. Okay, that is a huge drop. Those are drops and serious drops. 10 is showing a drop because it is also a drop. Okay, but that's the linear, that's our hero. Now this is also good. We are showing all that is happening, but here is the fact. So ideally the odds are right. 10, 9, those are the right odds. Okay, 10 should win, 9 is the low pressure which will get in. Now what might happen is this, the fact is this, that this is chasing low. Okay, this is chasing low. There is a jock which is also good. So according to the odds are right. Where the 8 comes in. So that's that part of the story we know, that is good. Now there is a possibility of that 14 with the body weight to get in from gate number 1. Okay, but that's a higher draw. This one is no draw on a 57, but 8 has, if we look at 9, that is 120, this is 130, that is a 5-year-old mare, this is a 4-year-old gelding. So ideally this one is light, this one is light. All right, 14 is heavy, so that could be muscle, that could be fat, anything on those lines, but the odds are right. Okay, but I have a thing that when we are looking like that, 8 is coming on the pressure line, 9 is definitely lower pressure, heavier, has the thing. But when we're looking at what weight it is carrying 54.5. This is carrying 56.5. Okay, this is carrying 56.5. This from a 52, it is jumping 2.5. From 56, it is jumping only 0.5. That is the ideal weight. Okay, so 8, if ridden well with the advantage model, 8 has advantage because it is a higher weight, higher advantage. It is a higher weight, higher advantage. The 12 also fits that bill. We know what it is. It is the EW, but in this case, that's a 7-year-old gelding. So the 3 is the second linear, all right, which is from gate number 7, which is good horse. So ideally the odds are right. 10 is the right odd. That should work. That is the lowest on one of the highest. Okay, that is one of the highest relative weights, and that is the lowest. 3 is lower than that. Drop is also lower, but form line is missing. 9 comes after that, which is good, but carrying 54, which is creating an advantage, which is also good. But here, that is a 52. Here it is a 56. So it probably cannot it probably cannot win. Okay, the 8 cannot win. Why? The pressure on this horse is huge. They also have the 1. The 1 is not doing well. Okay, the 1 is not doing well, but does that mean that it cannot get in? It can definitely get in. That is 9 steps up. The 9 is 0.5 steps up. So 10 and 9 are the right odds. Will they happen? We'll see. Those have resistances, okay? Very strong resistance on both of the horses. The 10 and the 1. Is very strong resistance, but we'll see. That I mean, the purpose of hiding that column is just not to bring in tension, but ideally that is something that gives us a lot of tension.
100 fitter, and I just think has better wins in him than a benchmark 78. Kaleo, no shock last time, that win off a couple of forgive runs. I was surprised at the price. He went back, he weaved through, he won well, and he's a danger. Bold Saver, the upgrade to a good 3 is no bonus, but he ran well in a Winter Championship final. He comes back to a 78 here. I think Castle on High can win. They'll just need a bit of luck from the draw. And Chocolate has the class. Just back in trip, gap between runs has to be a little query for her, but she's quality. 10, 9, 14, 17.
Touchdown the favourite, $2 into 190 with a tab. Kaleo, $6.50 into $5. Best back to beat it. Chocolates goes 7 out to $9.50. Of those in double figure odds, there has been a nibble or two. Far Flung is one of them. Number 5 for Damien Thornton, Danny O'Brien. Hasn't been that far away this campaign, Far Flung.
No, look, his best is well and truly good enough. He certainly had the moderate tempo, I think, against him last time in Adelaide. He ran well in a Swan Hill Cup prior to that. So, yeah, back to a 78 here. He's in the mix. Dryer's okay.
Late figures with the bookies. Touchdown, the Gately best 180 to 2 back into 190. Kaleo 550 into 5 and Chocolates 850 out to 10 into 950. Castle on High's in your mix, Gator, and it's 16 to 18 into $13 and presents here, you'd think, peaking third run back from a break.
Yeah, I just thought to in my notes, I'm
Zen,
saying...
I'm with you on that. 10 should win.
Need a bit of luck, really, from that draw.
10 should
win. Really
win.
well. Certainly a couple of scratchings have helped. He's well weighted for what he's achieved at the claim.
If the jockey decides to...
Up. The last time he was third up, he was beaten 2 lengths by Home Rule. He beat Home Kappa 39, who's subsequently won in Saturday grade. So just needs that touch of luck.
If the jockey puts it upside down, that'll be very sad.
QR code on screen and all of your selections straight in the bet slip.
Yeah,
It's a fantastic
today,
linear. It should
give us
work.
not the easiest day, but a bit of fun doing it.
You get a 25% boost in bonus bets if Gator gets it. Another one that the market likes at long odds is Nation's Call. Number
Flemington,
7
now you
for
say
Jai
Flemington
McNeil,
won.
$31 into $21.
One is
and he's
not
been
doing
pressured
well
and
this
won a
year.
Caulfield trial since
Anyway.
to read on Nation's Call.
Yeah, look, he was disappointing last time, has to be said. He had every chance, I thought, in the run. On his run prior to that, he beat Medea. I think Medea would be in the market here, so it can improve.
But you're keen on this lightly raced 5-year-old with a great record. Touchdown, and as we've already touched on, of course, great to have Blake Shin back.
Yeah, he's already ridden a winner, hasn't he, in Nico Fraud, and hopefully he can get a double here with Touchdown, who, look, win, lose or draw today, I think has better things ahead.
6th at Flemington with Matt.
Sarah Luke Nolan with an absolute copybook ride in race 4. Castle on High will be the last one. Second emergency gaining a start. Luke Cartwright aboard to the outside. Race 6 at 1,620 metres. They're ready and they're racing. Towards the inside, anticipating the start. Far Flung jumped away well with also Callio, and there's Touchdown out wide, and Madeiro's forcing up, and Bolt Saver holding its position on the rails. After 200 metres, Madeiro led Bolt Saver, Touchdown, and they were followed by Far Flung. Indispensable behind them, Nation's Call improving around them, followed by Callio, one off the fence from Castle on High. New York Hurricane is 2/3 down with Unbelievable, and they were followed by Angling Dictionary, Chocolates and Hurry Curry.
Okay.
That's the order. With just
Kept
over
it
1,000
wide.
metres to go, Madeiro led by about 2 lengths. Bolt Saver is second, Touchdown is
14
third.
is
The
the
favourite would be
low
about 3 or
pressure,
4
is
off
the
the lead.
9, where
Next
the
is
8 is the
Indispensable,
last.
fourth on the fence from Nation's Call,
Man.
3/4 far flung. A length Castle on High around Callio and New York Hurricane. Behind them, Angler, then Dictionary. Well back in the field is Chocolates before the corner. Back with those horses is Unbelievable, and 2 lengths away, Hurry Carry. Just over 600 to go. Madeiro led Bolt Saber by
All
a
right,
length. Every
now wrap it
touchdown.
up.
Third the outside of
Dude.
Indispensable. They were followed next in the field around the turn
Wrap it up,
by
dude.
Nation's
Come on.
Call, and then
Bring
Far
it
Flung,
home.
who's being chased along from New York Hurricane, Castle on High.
Bring it home.
It's Madeiro with on the outside Bolt Saber throwing out a challenge. They were followed by Touchdown. Shin's about
Bring
to
it
push the
home,
button at the
baby.
200 metres, and Far Flung is running on. Touchdown goes to the front from Bolt Saber. Far Flung's the threat. It's Touchdown, 100 metres to go. A length and a quarter, Far Flung.
And the
Touchdown
10.
surges on. And Touchdown won it. Far Flung second, up for third.
10, baby.
Then Madeiro Chocolates together with Bolt Saber. Further back was New York Hurricane, England, Hurry Carry, Indispensable, Dictionary,
10,
Castle on High, Unbelievable,
5.
and Nation's Call.
Favourite waltzing away to launch off the main quaddy. Touchdown with a win at $2 and $1.20. Far Flung $3. Kaleo at $2. Phil the Miners. Tight go for fourth. Touchdown. Ambles on by there, Gator.
10, 5, 9.
Yeah, nice horse. Nice today. Still with room to move well and truly inside the prep and in his career. But he's as strong as anything through the line as well. Nice positive ride. Blake Sheen gets a double on his return. He's the story of the day. Farflung had his back, never stopped trying. Clear second best. And Kaleo, best of the closers, continues his good form into third.
Group 3 feature up next, the Ori Star Handicapping.
10, 5, 9. So we do the dissection. The 5 was here, okay? That is the highest drop on 64. That went through. The 14 raved it, and that did not happen. So 10, 5, then 9. One of the low pressure will work. Which one will work is something that we have to figure out. So that did not happen. But the 10 was the right linear this time. The 10 was the right linear. Good leverage, good pressure and jockey matches. Okay. This one is a group 3. There are no scratchings. 1532. One, 5, 3, 2. 1, 5. See, the odds are right on 1, okay? But this thing can go wrong. Why it can go wrong? So the 1, through the arrangement, it is right. But it doesn't have the form line. It's a 6-year-old gilding on a 1200 meter. So that's good. But what it lacks body weight. Okay? It lacks body weight. Body weight is a very strong thing. I mean, no matter what kind of a weight you put on that horse, the body weight is something that is going to talk. So the problem is that this is by far the best horse. Okay, I mean, if we look through that, so that's 67, drop of 8 kilograms. Then this is 6. These two are 4. This is on the lower side. Okay, 57. 3.5. Then 1 is 63, which is on the lower side. So that way it is right. Okay, that's 63, one of the highest relative weights, and that is the right one. There is nothing wrong with the odds. What is wrong is the form line. That's what I am assuming. This is just, I have still not been able to do this properly, but when the difficulty score is showing about 3.5, so what basically that means that, you know, so I mean, theoretically, if a horse has, let's say 50 kilograms, okay, that 50 kilograms needs to be divided into every meter of the race. That 50 kilogram needs to gets divided into every meter of that race. So if this is a 1200 meters, then you divide that, whatever is the weight, whatever is the number you get, that is your per meter pressure line. Okay, what happens when this becomes red? When this becomes red, this basically says that it basically says two things. One, it is a good horse, but it also says that things are difficult. Okay, things are difficult. So those are the things which happens, and when that happens, what needs to be checked is the form line and the age of that horse. Who are we talking about? Is this pressure with a 3-year-old filly? If this pressure is with a 3-year-old filly, it is good. 4-year-old mare, good. 4-year-old gelding, 3-year-old colts, all good. But a 6-year-old gelding, then it becomes a little questionable whether that will work. So that's that. So these are the high pressure horses. This one is a higher one. This is the higher one. Obviously, one of them is going to win. Okay. Either 5 wins with the being linear, it'll win, or the one wins as the second linear. Both of them are 2 linears, all right? And they are the pressure line. Now, will that be a queen? Generally, that does not happen. Not in a place like Flemington. That does not happen. There is going to be a low pressure which is going to play. So now if a low pressure has to play, which one is that low pressure is? I mean, we can see the 8. The 8 is a low. So the 8 probably is there in some kind of a scenario. The 8 is there. Whether it is 1 winning or 5 winning, the 8 probably is there as a low. I'm not sure about 1 in this one. I am not sure. It would have been a lot more, I would have been a lot more confident if we had some form line on this. Only backing horses with a 15% WSR job last 12 months. The rest are to fill. Yes, PC. Those are all monkey business, PC. It's until and unless they decide to put in some kind of a robo on the horses. Until and unless they decide to put some kind of a robo on the horses, this thing will prevail. They are very, very good at destroying everything. They are very good at destroying everything. That 6 probably is there in the game. It's either the 8 or the 6. One of them is going to get in. The 8 is right on our face, which is true. But these two are probably there in the game. The 8 and the 6. Which one I mean, ideally, this one is good, you know. This is a drop of 3, 57, 3.5. This is a 56, 2. So, I mean, one of the low pressures will work. So this one is a 6-year-old, which is okay, doesn't have a form line, a drop of 8 kilograms from 67, but that's the top. So that's one of the best horses, there's no doubt. But that's a drop of 8, and here it is on a 56.2. This thing, I mean, maybe this one is right on my face, where, and they are in the same category, so they are -6 here on the thing, and they are like that. 6, and Rose Hill. They're showing Rose Hill. Wait.
Run does look the map horse, hence why he has been well back now, a $2.80 chance. So respect the placement of the Hayes boys. I think he's well found in betting, but he's a 6-year-old with a great strike rate, and he's a last star winner of the Mildura Cup. So the fact that we're playing on a soft 5, bordering on a good 4, bodes well for his chances, because he is much more effective on top of the ground. If there's a roughie here and an absolute knockout, I think it's Bold Mac for the Collett. So Alicia Collett does the steering for Richard, and I think he's a horse that's going a little bit better than his form suggests on paper. So racing his way back to full fitness off a year-long break. He gets the blinkers again today. I think there's some intent to be read into that, and he'll improve as he gets into his preparation. So today, as far as a place chance, I think he might be a sneaky. So if you're having a trifecta or a first 4, throw in Bold Mac at $34
I don't know what happened
to have
there.
fixed odds, and he does like Rose Hill and Emirates. You'll need the lucks at the right time, but last time out, maybe a heavy track just took away that finishing speed to his home deck. Could prove significant. Reece Jones has got a good little association with this horse. I do think you have to ride him a certain way, leave him alone in the early stages, and just let him rip home through the middle of the pack. So be a bit forgiving of what he did last start. Prior to that, his form was rock solid. So 10, 2, 5, and 11. It's a knockout on top, Marto.
Rory Brown's pick of the out is the favourite Run Harry Run. It's 310 into 280 late with the bookies and would be best back last 15 minutes. Sol last start winner, scratch Flemington to run here instead. Sol go this way of going, ran 14th at the Gold Coast in a Magic Millions Cup back in January.
10, 12 PC.
Yeah, so it's tricky to get a confident line in terms of where he fits in. So we have seen a bit of him. He's had 21 previous starts of 5 career wins, but on the strength of that first up win in the Mildura Cup, was a bit of a bunchy finish, but had to like the way that he really got through the pack there late to win from there on top of the speed. So I still think we're learning in terms of where he fits in at this level, but he's tractable. He's got a bit of style and substance in terms of how he goes about his racing. And the bookie of Nash Willer looks quite an interesting one. So I think a lot of punters probably leaning into the fact that he's going to get the right run here. And as we have seen throughout the meeting at Rose Hill, that's going a long ways to finding winners. You want those horses that are not too far away and can find the fence-in run. So he's the one that the punters are circling late. And yeah, I've got no knock on the setup for him.
It's also good late support for You're On Topper. It's a knockout, but the bookies 420, 440 into $3.90. Looking for her first win in 405 days to go today.
Yeah, it's been a little while, but it's been a winter of drought breakers. We've seen plenty of these horses with similar profiles come out and win. So hopefully she can stand up. I'm just hoping she shows a little bit of tactical speed. We've seen enough of her to know that she is a little bit versatile in terms of where she can settle in the run. So I do like that change of tactics to be a touch closer. So Zach Lloyd's got a bit of license to be a touch aggressive in the early stages. We saw her get a fair way back there last time and really hit the line behind Mickey's medal. So she's building towards something, and she does look to have found a very winnable race at the right time. So hopefully she can get the start right and put herself right there in the frame yet again.
Little specking on the tap, fixed for Democracy Manifest. Now an 8-year-old, got gear tinkers, hasn't won for ages. Plays one of 4 trials here. Does have a really good fresh record against James McDonald first up this time.
Oh, yeah, he's a horse that we haven't seen the best of in a little while, have we? But I'll tell you what, if he did run to his best, Democracy Manifest, there'd be a few succulent Chinese meals for the punters because he'd beat these. But it has been a little while since we've seen it. But you look at through the depth of his form, he's recently run in Ingham's, the Gong, Craven Plate, Allen Brown, and the Shannon Stakes, though his last 5 stars. So this is a fair step back off this. The fact that he's had the 4 trials suggests that Chris Waller has him nice and forward. So I was always going to be guided by the market with him. And if there's a little inkling that he's ready to fire, I'd be very wary of a first up showing, and the booking of James McDonald might prove a significant little lead.
It just dries up a fraction late for the favourite Run Harry Run, and it's a knockout. It's becoming the best back quite confidently to beat it into $3.60 late, and late with the bookies $4.20, $4.40 into $3.60. Getting set for the 8th with Luke.
He goes up into the gates, the favourite. And the last few to get set. It goes Bold Mac. And the last will be It's a Knockout. Does he press forward here, Lloyd, or what does he do from the gate? A race that lost the leader this morning, Punch Lane, scratch. All set. And they're off and racing. Run Harry Run was a half length slow, but he masters speed. He pushes up on the outside of the Pendragon. Williamsburg handy. Looking to come across as It's a Knockout. Kintyre, Bold Mac, the next few runners, followed by back in the field, Watch Your Matey. Then Narbold Emirate and Democracy Manifest is last. Run Harry Run.
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
From Williamsburg and the Pendragon. It's a Knockout. Great riding by Lloyd from the draw. Gets 1 out and 1 back. Behind them, Kintyre. Bold Mac is centre field following It's a Knockout. 1 away the inside, Watch Your Matey. Then Narbold Emirate and Democracy Manifest. Ridden cold. He's last on the outside. Run Harry Run gets a cheap furlong mid-race. He's slowing down and controlling the race. Half a length Williamsburg. The Pendragon. It's a Knockout poise, followed by Bold Mac. Behind those was Kintyre. Narbold going around the outside. And heading the others was Watch Your Matey into the straight now. And Run Harry Run joined by Williamsburg. Looming was It's a Knockout, the Pendragon. Bold Mac called upon, followed by Narbold. Williamsburg hit the front from Run Harry Run. Narbold's running home. It's a Knockout. Bold Mac between horses trying to pick up. He got chopped out there. 150 to go. Run Harry Run's coming back. Narbold the outside. Run Harry Run fighting. Photo. Run Harry Run maybe nosed Narbold. As for third, Williamsburg is there. With Emirate, It's a Knockout.
He was sleeping. He was sleeping the entire race.
Democracy Manifest. Watch Your Matey. Photo.
He was sleeping the entire race. He was sleeping back.
Have hit it together.
At the 600-meter marker also, he was.
Soft lady just kept on picking up and fighting. Narbold lunging. Could be Harry looking at that low shot, and he will win. Run Harry Run. Number 2 first.
So 2 just from 12. Looks like 7 will run third at will ahead of the 11. So it'll be 2, 12, 7 and 11. Smart horse, always been a smart horse. Run Harry Run. He was a Group 3 winner at Caulfield as a 3-year-old. 6 win comes in start 22 and the sole up.
This guy on 12 was sleeping all the way. this they are going to improve. They're going to improve probably, PC, because today probably is the first day of the new season, so they kind of are going to get used to with it. So far we've been getting very weird grounds, heavy, soft, and all that. Today, finally, after a long time, we had a good ground at Flemington. I think they are going to work it out, but jocks are jocks. They kind of like that. There is no way you can bypass what their decisions are. He was sleeping all through the 12. The 10 got raved, the 12 it's going downhill. You're right. I mean, every day we're facing almost the same thing. The problem is they don't learn from the mistake. They don't learn. I don't even think they look at their own races. I don't think they even look at their own races and try to understand where things went wrong. They don't even try to do that. I'm kind of worried about all that the guy on the 12 had to do is bring that horse at the right position at the 600-meter marker. That's all that he had to do. He chose to sleep. He chose to sleep. I'm sure that was a high-pressure horse. That was Doomben too. Okay, wait. Put on Doomben. I can put in Doomben, I can put in Rosehill, but I can't put in Morph. Honestly, Dow's, the thing is, Flemington is looking dicey for one. But, I mean, it's Flemington. Contradicting one is, I have reasons to believe that it'll win. I have reasons to believe that it'll not win. So that's that. 1 and 5 generally are not a queen. Those are the first and the second linear. The 8 is right on my face, which is the EW. But somehow this is a lower drop. The 6 is a lower drop, carrying a higher weight than 8 is a low pressure. Also, not exactly like this, but that's a low pressure. Is a 6-year-old gilding that is 8 steps down, 8 kilos down on its thing. But that is a very, very good horse. That's there. So I'm not too keen on 1 or 5. I don't know how those will play. One of them is going to win, but I have reasons that I can't explain in simple language. This thing is kind of a problem.
Goes alongside Daggers, so the favourite comics of heat now. Things haven't gone Daggers' way. 600 metres left to go. First split 62.
This is Doomben.
That's not overly fast by the same token. Capital Asset up now, annoying Daggers. Third perfect play, Caramel fourth. Then came Just Flying, North Polar. He's a long way off them. Kipling's Journey and Lupine, they were the last pair. Dagger still under siege from Capital Asset on the outside. Calamala fella perfect on the outside play.
joining in. North Pole trying to run on, just flying Boxy away. Daggers races got run, he's gone. The leader, Cannabella Fella, for a perfect play. Just flying, charging at the pair. Cannabella Fella is lifting gamely, and Cannabella Fella wins. Beats perfect
Three.
play. Third over the line was just flying in fourth North Pole. Then came Kipling's Journey. Daggers all went pear-shaped at the get-go. Capital Asset next, and Lupine ran it last.
Good stoush, but Cunnamulla Fella's first win in almost a year comes from Robert Heathcote under Michael Rodd. So it'll be 3, 6, 10 and 2. Winner pays the early
Easy.
4 range across the totes, Joycey.
Yes, Marto, as you said, he doesn't win out of turn.
30
He's never
game and
far
one,
away. He
Flemington.
was going to get the right run today, and he did. And he
I
got
hope
a
you
big win
win,
again. Did his
PC.
perfect play and just flying the value bet. I thought with 100 to go he was going to get there, but he just might have peaked on his run. But all honours to the winner there. Michael Rodd booting one home for Robert Heathcote.
3, 6 and 10, and there's 2 races to come Saturday afternoon from Doomben. We're upon the Group 3 feature from Flemington this afternoon, the Ori Star down the straight at 1,200 metres. And you're on top of here is Arkansas Kid, who loves the straight gator and is placed in both the jump outs.
What would Blake Sheen do if the horse itself is dicey? What would he do if the horse itself is dicey? I mean, see, one way it is the right horse. Okay, that's the only horse which is on a upward trend. That's the only horse, but that is also with no form line. Does it have leverage? On a 57 it has leverage, but on a 67-year-old mare this thing also has the same leverage. So that is that. Okay, that is 60. So those are all there. I'm not going to get into it. For me, it's a pass, but I will cheer for PC if PC wins.
I went 2-6-5-1, the big one.
War Machine is the market mover with the tab fixed. 3.30 this morning, 2.60 currently. And dollar is $5 into $4.40. Bets back to beat it. Arkansas Kid. Gators top pick 7.50 into 6.50 back to 7. Star Patrol 5.50 out to 10, but back to $8.50. And there's money at odds for Royal Insignia for Graham Begg. Luke Cartwright, $16 into $11. Royal Insignia has been close up his last 3.
Yeah, look, he's going well on wet tracks. You know what I think the key to him is? Dry tracks. And he hasn't seen one for a long time. He gets to a good 3 here. No surprise the money's come. He's got some match fitness over some better performed athletes here.
Late with the bookies, War Machine best back 3 into 2.60.
What a
You can
G2
find
at
it in the
Flemington.
marketplace for the champion sprint with tab at $26. Even for the
I mean,
tab Everest, it's
see,
a $51 chance.
Honestly, beating the odds at Flemington is a very difficult job.
Yeah, they are, and they're good to see those.
They are almost
Get into that
certain.
early place
They are
level.
almost
And,
right
War
every
Machine,
time.
Gate 1 is some query, I think,
But
up the straight, Flemington, but he's
maybe
the best
this
horse in
one-
this race. I mean, he's won a Stradbroke, he beat Yellow Brick and Private Eye that day. He was beaten at $1.30 fresh last time in an Australia Day Stakes, but was found to be lame.
But I'll be
and
very
then
happy if
quickly
you
spelled
win,
after the new
PC.
market. So it wasn't the real War Machine
You took a
last, but
hit on the
off
Rose
his
Hill.
trial, he might be back.
Dollar's back with a
This one-
first up win in listed grade here. 5.50 into $4.80, beating Lingani, who's won in Adelaide since Gator. It's
Let's see, PC. It has reasons to. It has reasons to win. It has reasons to be the favorite.
Actually proven second up as well. Look, War
All
Machine
those,
now could
all
get a
those
better
reasons are
horse,
right.
But he gets 5 and 6 kilos off them.
But it doesn't have a form line.
7.50
That's
just back to
an
7.
issue.
Smart 6-year-old who's dual Group 1 placed.
Yeah, he's just a really good sort of.
And it's not getting
second
younger.
level horse. He's run well in Group 1s. You just referenced that. But
And good
I think his wheelhouse is these Group 2s and Group 3s.
What's a TK?
King of Rousseau won this last year, beating Bandy's Boy and Marble Nines. Big names on the honour roll include Sosie Bond, Haydock, Tiger Tees, and even Fields of Omar. From the Group 3 feature of the afternoon, the Ori Star is Mount Hill.
Gone through the front here, and I think it's War Machine. Barrier number 1, War Machine has crashed through the front of the stalls. and has dislodged Blake Shin, and the horse is coming down the straight rideless. So War Machine
Is
has
scratched.
been agitated in barrier number 1, has crashed that gate open and is coming down the straight on its own. No problems there with the jockey Blake Shin. He's walking away from the incident. But
That is
the horse
scratched.
is now galloping down towards the course proper at about the 600 metres. So obviously War Machine won't be starting in the Roaring Star. It's just got down to that
God is with you,
proper area
PC.
of the 450 and full
God
pace
is
down
with
towards the
you.
300. But I'm glad to say that Blake Shin, who's obviously returning back to the saddle today, is quite okay. So the others that were in the stalls have been backed out. So the other horses that were in the stalls have been backed out. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern here at the moment as War Machine comes thundering down the straight rideless. And we'll get word from stewards shortly. So the other horses have been backed out. So we've got a little bit of a delay here before the loading process gets underway again, before the running of the Ori Star. Looks as though War Machine's done a pretty good job on that front gate too. After being agitated in barrier number 1, Boomtown Boss was drawn barrier number 2, so I wonder if the vet's just going to have a look at that horse as well. So some news is now coming through here at Flemington. 351 the favourite out, thank you. Now the favourite comes out, 351 order of stewards. Number 1, War Machine is a late withdrawal. 351 order of stewards. That runner has
Now the 5 is clean to go, I
it's
think.
down at
With
the
that body
1600
weight, it
metres,
will
War
go through.
Machine. So he is off for a terrific gallop around Flemington Racecourse. And the clerk of the course in hot pursuit of War Machine. So 351 order of stewards, number 1, War Machine comes out. So that leaves Ed Dola, the tote favourite, at $4.60 as the market sorts itself out. So that changes a few things now. The map very interesting for Ed Dola, who got its own way here a couple of weeks ago, but War Machine coming out here at 351. So we just have to capture this horse before the loading process can get underway again. War Machine. Where is it now? I've lost sight of it. Might have just about done a lap here, War Machine. Ah, yes, it's over near the 900 metres, so it's almost done a lap of Flemington Racecourse. It's had a decent hit out. So at this stage, we're in a holding pattern. We have to capture War Machine and the other horses out behind the stalls. So as we hit
That was indeed one.
drama
That was-
for the Ori Star.
That was indeed one.
So sensation there. War Machine is still galloping. Tired shortly, but a late scratching.
4 and
The
5.
sensation ahead of the running of race number 7 there. So we'll keep across what's happening there. We might look ahead to Newcastle, where race 7 is imminent. Red Rags to Bulls is the favourite of the last start placing in a highway in town at Randwick. $2.90 into $1.65. It's been crunched, and best back to beat it with tabs. Preferred Diamonds, which draws the inside into $8.50 off an opening $14 figure. And longer odds, Alabama Blitz. Quick look at the bookies. Red Rags to Bulls, 190 into 170 is the favourite. And Southerly Buster, 420 into $5. Preferred Diamonds, 8 to 8.50. Rest double figures. Alabama Blitz, 16.17 into $13. That's been expected longer odds. Newcastle is live on Sky Racing 2. Take note. Sky Racing 2 for Newcastle. And it's also live on Sky Thoroughbred Central. As they've locked them away. We're going to concentrate with Flemington delayed and also the Gold Coast looming. We might revisit these figures now with the 10 fixed on the feature with Arkansas Kid.
We're going to take some time to do this. So 1 is scratched. Now what happens?
fresh form. So, look, happily on top. They'll need a good ride from that inside draw, but a few of those at the top of the market in this race have drawn in.
Tab time, if you backed War Machine with tab time, take note, your monies will be refunded. So if you took the tab time special, which was really appealing for War Machine at $7, you will be refunded, of course. So if you're on War Machine with the tab time, get your $20 back if you invested that much. Let's get trackside once again. Second time lucky for the Group 3 Ori Star. Race with Beldanoro, 20 years to the day. Now Windstorm comes along, goes up, completes it. The iconic Ori Star handicap set to go, and away they go. And Fancify out past the centre, jumped away pretty quickly. Speed from Arkansas Kid. Boomtown Boss is also tracking it over. Just behind those horses, Code Atlantic, Star Patrol out wider. So sorting out their positions, they're up the middle towards the outside. Arkansas Kid is the leader. From in second place, Star Patrol, then Endola pulling its way up to about third from Boomtown Boss, and then Fancify, Royal Insignia, Windstorm, and Coat Atlantique is last of the group. 750 metres to go in the Ori Star. It's Arkansas Kid in front of Star Patrol and Endola. A length and a half.
What happened? I don't know what happened. It just stopped.
Strong King of Rousseau form, didn't he, in Yellow Brick? Gee, it was a big price this day. I think it's a lot of merit in that win. He's had to come through inside the entire field. Not easy to do up the straight, and beaten Royal Insignia, who was terrific back on dry ground today.
What happened? I don't know. They're not showing the. I mean, I got stuck. My thing got stuck. What's the result? Six, then eight, 6, then 8, 2, and 5. 6, then 8, 2, and 5. Okay. 6, 8, 2, 5. I should have gotten in this one. Six, 8. We'll let that. 2 and 5. So what happened in this one? God knows what happened. I mean, I can explain the 6. Okay, the 6 is like, they're all drops, higher drops. This one is one of the lowest drop, and it's a group 3. So that's where it came in, I think. Anyway, we'll go to the next. 8. It's a benchmark 100. 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11 all scratched. 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11 all scratched. 10, 2, 1, 3. It was okay. None of them went negative. It's just that this one had the advantage. Anyway, Okay, so let me put things into perspective. So 10 is the favorite. Both of them has similar body weights. Okay, but there could be a difference of good 20 kilos, 40 kilos, whatever. Now, they both are carrying huge pressure line. All right, this one is like 108 from the gate, and that is something is very weird. So ideally this horse needs to be tackled. This horse needs to be with somebody who understands the delicacy of this horse. Now the problem that I think is there, so this is getting into 186. We have spoken about this. Okay, this is a negative 186. What does that mean? That means that it is a good horse, but that invariably is going to put this horse into a negative resistance. We'll check. See, it is invariably going to put it into a negative leverage. So what happens when that happens is, I mean, both of them are negative leverage. When that happens, this basically is what it is saying is that physically it is difficult. We have done this with some of the best horses in Australia. We have done this with some. We have done this with some of the best horses in Australia. So I don't remember the names, but we have seen them failing when that happens. So point is this, that it's a good horse, but it is getting too aggressive. Too aggressive as in like too aggressive. This probably is I mean, if it wins, okay, it's a good horse. But I mean, it is obviously a good horse. There's no doubt. 71% on the leverage, that is huge on the leverage side. That probably is good. But the problem is on a 1400 meter with a 52 being a linear of negative 186, that is where the challenge is. The moment it goes below 200, that is where it becomes a problem. That is where it becomes a problem. So again, this thing is dicey. So I don't know if that will be possible. It's a 186, negative 186 on the linear. What does that mean? It means it's a fantastic horse, but that also means that it's way too much. That also means it is way too much. So what might happen if that's not the thing? Seven is not there within. Okay, 7 has gotten scratched as well. 7 was also scratched. 7 is also scratched. I am sorry, I was looking at 7. So right now that's the thing. So it is coming from gate number 2 and it is 186. It means it is a good horse, but it is getting negative and the pressure line is huge. What might happen? That That 12 is a check. It'll probably get a place. It should. It should get a place. Three is on a pressure line. 12 is 4.67, 4, 3, 4, 5. This is on a 56, 71, 18, which is higher. So, yes, 12 is a place. I don't know if the 10 is going to win, and I'm not going to. I will not suggest anyone to risk it with 10. 10 is a good horse, but that thing is coming after 21 weeks. Is it a good horse? It has been coming first all its life. The first time it came in second, then it is first. And then it went for a break for 21 weeks. It is back. So ideally everything matches, okay? So ideally everything matches. So if you have a leverage, you need a break and a jock, which both are present. Everything is true, but that's a little too much. Rosie. It is showing like this. I wanted to put the Rosal, but it is showing like this. It will come back, but right now it is showing like that. I mean, okay, they're showing something. They're probably showing Boomben.
Cool, he's got the 52 kilos, and he'll have her sailing down the outside. She loves Doomben, she loves a good track. So she's a deserved favourite, Marto. She's an absolute must for the third leg of the quaddie, and obviously any Quinellas or trifectas.
That time of day where a roughing might be required. King Kappa is one of those for Belly Youngbury and Tony Gollan. 26 into $17 has been spec. The 8-year-old, it's a 3-time winner here at Doomben.
Yeah, he's always running a lot stronger company. He gets the claim only 55 on his back. You'd have to sort of repeat one of his old ratings, I think, to win this race today. But certainly they've found the right race to try and get him to do the job. Hopefully he doesn't for my sake. He's not in my quaddie. But I know what you're saying, Marto. There's a roughie on the horizon. It could be him.
And it's been back with bookies as well last 15 minutes. King Kappa, 21 into 17. Bookies' favourite Zoo Baby is just down to $3.40 or $3.20. Let's face the music, $3.90 into $3.60 back to $3.70. Joyce on top at Cosmic Fire, $5.50 into $4.80. Town Fire's been spec, Hatchet's been spec along with, as you know, Kappa. Cosmic Fire. Lightly race for a 5-year-old, pretty smart. He's through the 3rd place. Better get to David.
for the 11:10 sprint. This is the race of the day. Good contest coming up. Zoo Baby the favourite. Let's face the music. Well back to beat it. Cosmic Fire also a market mover. Red light turned on. They're ready to break. Race A the Doomben. All set. Should catch them any moment. Racing. Town Crier came out awkwardly. King Nicholas off the inside began fast. King Yoshi, rather, it was. Going fast, Epic Proportions to join it early. Taltani Fields third away, and Cosmic Fire is going to drop into a butte spot of the first call. Fourth around the first bend, King Kappa deep. Followed by Count Nicholas to the inside. Hurt So Good, Zoo Baby just behind them. Let's Face the Music, no lead today. Back third last and a bit wide. Then Town Crier and Hatch and whip them in. Down by the 600 metres, King Yoshi the leader. Going speedily in front, led by two. Epic Proportion second, two-way third. Cosmic Fire, fourth the Alatel, Tani Fields, then King Kappa. Followed by Hurt So Good, Count Nicholas, Zoo Baby. 5 to 6 off the lead, but ready to swoop later. Then Let's Face the Music. King Yoshi at odds is bobbing in the lead, 250 to go. From on the outside, Epic Proportions, still a length and a half behind, trying to gain ground. Zoo Baby, Taltani Fields, King Kappa, they're all running on. King Yoshi is trying to lead all the way. They've got it now. Epic Proportions coming in. Taltani Fields coming at the pen. And Zoo Baby right down the outside. Fano, Epic Proportions, Taltani Fields, Zoo Baby, and Let's Face the Music in a beauty. Let the judge decide it. Not far away was Hatchet zooming home at the end. Then came the head of the others, Town Crier. King Yoshi pulling up quickly. Then Count Nicholas. Cosmic Fire was disappointing. And last over the line was Hurt So Good. Epic Proportions, Taltani Field, Zoo Baby, and Let's Face the Music.
Eleven missed the start and couldn't lead. You know, the difference between Flemington and the rest of the tracks is drastic. At Flemington, you have equal horses. You have equally good horses. But on the other tracks, it becomes very dicey because you either have a good horse with a very moron jock, I mean, and Flemington basically teaches a lot. I think if you are actually interested in racing, it is ideal that you follow Flemington. I have learned a lot from Flemington. There is no limit to that. They genuine. The rest, everything is about, you're dealing with a lot of variables in each and every track, a lot of variables. Here today it is 10 meters out, but even then, I think the favorites are doing pretty well. Some of them have gone upside down. That's a separate story, but that's that. I mean, nobody wants to fail here at Flemington. That's one thing that is very sure. Nobody wants to fail. Everybody wants to win here. They are going to work, and that's something. I mean, that's exactly what we have learned from the Melbourne Cup as well.
Good to win a couple of those.
Not wrong. Rise at Dawn's best back to beat her, and 460, 480 into 390 late to the bookies. Horse that goes really well at Flemington. Just hasn't won for a while. It's been 531 days since the last win. It was here in a listed race.
Yeah, and look, as a younger athlete, his greatest trait was his will to win. He was like a poor man's Mr. Brightside. He had this great tenacity, and I don't think that's deserted him. He's had a few other, little sort of niggles along the way, and his return one was really good off a nice trial. So I think he's a danger here with a little weight swing on Curve Along.
Curve Along has been flying, though, in career best form, shooting for 4 on the mounts.
Yeah, just creeping up in the weights is a little queer, I guess, onto a good 3, but gee, how do you decry what she's been doing? It's won 5 from 7 at 1400, and as you've said, just keeps on winning. So, never knock winners. It's rule 1.
You've got Craig in your mix. Gets a blinkers first up today.
Gee, I think he's worth a spec here at $13. Tab. Loved his trial. He's run past Rise at Dawn a number of times. Had a pretty forgetful prep latest. So similar to War Machine in that, if you can forgive his last prep, then he can clearly win the race.
Sassapil, though, plenty of interest in how she goes here first up. She went a long way in that debut preparation and ended up, of course, with that Group 2 win at the CUNY.
Yeah, she's a fascinating runner, one of the more so on the day, isn't she? And obviously her first crack against these, bottom end stakes class horses. We've seen Rise at Dawn run well in Group 1 races. Craig has form around that exact same horse, and even Curve Along's got group form. So I think the big advantage for her today is A, her upside, and B, she just gets in so light.
After the claim, said to carry just 52 kilos.
Yeah, that's it, and I think that's advantage her. Obviously, the likes of Rise at Dawn and Craig are much, they're better performed, but they've got the weight. The reality is she might reach their mark, and now's the time where she cashes in at the weights and has some, 8 kilos off them.
There was drama before and after the Ori Star, the previous go, with War Machine a late scratching, and then that protest for an overuse of the whip, which was by the second horse against the winner, which was dismissed.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? Obviously, we need some black and white rules on that, I'd imagine. I've seen one upheld when there was a dead heat from memory, but I haven't heard of any others being upheld. So, yeah, let's get some black and white rules on that.
Yeah. So with that delay pre and post race, just locking them away a bit behind time here. Looking ahead to Newcastle race number 8 to follow. Oakfield Utah, the favourite, $4 into 250 is best back tab fixed. Diamond model number 13, John Van Overmeer, Sarah Ryan, $12 into 650 is attracting chief interest to beat it. Sandwich between those two in the marketplace, philatelic, is $6 into $5. We're taking it to Flemington, though. Here's Matt Hill.
Well, there's one thing about racing, there's never a dull moment, is there? Before the running of the Ori Star, it's good news that War Machine is A-OK after that incident and drama post-race you mentioned. Now going in is Rise at Dawn to complete it. Rise at Dawn, Luke Cartwright goes forward and the field set. Ready race dates. One of them agitated in there. Now they settle and Gates are back at the 1400. Kawerve Alon jumped away fast, immediately grabbed by Sassapil on the inside. Sassapil is going to lead Rise at Dawn, Kawerve Alon, and then Asfar is only about 3 off the lead. Back in the field is Craig, second last at 2 1/4 to Furious. So it's Sassapil in front of Rise at Dawn and they attempt to steady. As far as third on the inside as they head towards the 1,000 marker. Next in the field is Kawerve Alon, who's fourth one off the fence, 2 lengths to Craig and a gap to Furious at the back of the field. Sassapil pulling at an even speed, 3/4 Rise at Dawn. As far as third, fourth is Kawerve Alon, about a length and a half to Craig and Furious at the back. So the leader, Sassapil, comes up towards the corner, 700 metres to go. Just in front of Rise at Dawn, 2 lengths away, the informed Kawerve Alon. Then came Asfar, further back Craig and Furious. There's been no change as they're about to click it up into the home straight. Sassapil, 450 metres to go. Hands and heels, a length Rise at Dawn. Kawerve Alon peeled 3 wide, still 3 lengths off the lead from Craig to the outside, then Asfar. Sassapil clicked up, 250 metres to go. Now shown the whip about a length and a half in front of Rise at Dawn. Asfar's running a race. Then Coervalon, Sass Appeal, 100 metres to go. A length and a quarter in front of Rise at Dawn. And Sass Appeal, a good return. 3/4 Rise at Dawn,
10
third
to
Asfar. They were followed by Coervalon. Furious doing a mid-lane through
Too
the line.
strong.
And Craig was last of the 6.
too strong.
Sassapil goes first up with a win all the way at $1.40 Gator.
Yeah, that's a tight quote, isn't it? But, you know, some things are out of our control, as in prices. Happy to tip her. Whether or not you're happy to take the $1.40, that's up to you. But the reality is
10 to 6. Ten to 6. Ten to 6. We'll go to the last one today. It's a 1100 meter. Five has been scratched. 11, 3, 4, and 10. We'll take a look at the other 1100, 1200 that happened. Here was a 56 R2, nothing wrong. Okay. With 55, 56, DG was here. Okay. 8. Just 8, 5. So that was 5. 6 on a 6, knocked it out on a group 3. This one is a benchmark 78. So this basically is dealing with the fact this is 9. Here it was 5. So 5 can be beaten. Can you beat a 9? If the 9 is 8-year-old, then what happens? If the 9 is 8-year-old, then what happens? 4.5, and this is 3, which is okay. Now let's talk about age. That is 8. The 8, that is you. 59, the 6-year-old male. Is 2, so this is 7-year-old male. So what is happening? The 11 is the favorite. Now let's understand how Flemington has been playing. So we are talking about the straight. This is going to be on the straight. So the 6 won. Okay. And the reason the 6 won is because of multiple things. Okay. Firstly, it was group 3. That was one of the lowest drops. Okay. The other one was a 10-year-old gilding. So those things got applied. But now let's understand what is the track profile. So MS basically is the track profile. This is something that has to be understood a little bit. So in this case, the highest is 2. Okay. Through the DICR, that has the highest weight. Okay. That is also one of the best horse, but that is 8 steps down. Okay. 5 should have won, but 5 was on a lower side with 4 steps down. Okay. So that was here. The 6 won. Why? Because this was a fair field. And for a group 3, it is generally about these guys. Okay. It is generally about these guys. At times things do get dicey during the peak season when most of the best horses are here, but it is about them. The difference is 5, and I mean this is 5 kilos above. Okay, so from the lowest to the highest is about 5 kilos. Now that is where the 6 had an opportunity, but here the difference is about 9 kilograms. Okay, the difference is about 9 kilograms or more because of the scratching and all that which has happened. So The 11 is the favorite, which is good. It has a body weight to carry. It is a 5-year-old mare, which is good. All that is good. But this time it is not it is not the equal field. Okay, this time as an EW, it is going to be competing with some of the strong horses. Now the strong horses starts from here. Okay, so the first one is a 8-year-old, the second one is a 6-year-old with advantage, the third one is a fourth, which has a pressure. So this is a 65, but now it is a drop here. Will that add value? We'll get to see. 3 is coming from gate number 12. That's not a problem. It's a thing. So that 8-year-old gilding can do a lot of damage. That 8-year-old gilding can do a lot of damage. 11 winning is I mean, it's a competitive race. It is okay, but it is not exactly what we had here. Okay, this was easy to navigate through, but that was a group 3, and the difference was about 5 kilograms. Here it becomes 9 and 9 and above, so things can go wrong on 11. That's the bottom line. I don't have the strength to support an 8-year-old gilding. I don't have that kind of mindset. It's not something that I'm very comfortable doing. So I'm not very keen on that 8. 1. The 2 is the second in line, which is also an EW. So it has the form line, which is good, but that does not mean that it will go through. That does not mean that it will go through. Between these two horses, the 2 and the 3, if we look at, they are the same profile. Okay, this is a larger drop, this is a smaller drop. Okay, this weight is producing a much higher advantage on low pressure on this horse. It is also an inner gate, but a 6-year-old mare. Then we definitely have those. This one is the other one, which is here, the linear, which is a 7-year-old mare. So things are dicey. 4 is a drop. It's a huge drop. 10. Maybe. But then 10 has to talk to 9, 11. So I don't know. This thing can play wrong. This thing can play wrong. Here it was okay. I warned. Why I warned? Because that was going negative, and that's 186. It's a good horse. Bottom line, it's a good horse, but we can see that the body weight is there, 71% leverage. All that is good. Here it is not the same thing. It just has body weight. It'll get there, but it can get beaten by a lot of other people. And most importantly, this is going to be flat on the straight. So I'll be out. I won't get into it. Nine. The 11 has a lot of arrangement. Okay, the 11 has a lot of arrangement, which is okay. It is from here also, it is on top from, I mean, it has the perfect physics on the track. It has a perfect physics on the track. So that is possible. But things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. Eleven, 12, this is 6 year. The 9 is a 7 year, which is the lowest in terms of what it is doing. But it doesn't have physics. This particular track doesn't require physics actually. On the straight, the physics doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. So that's 7-year-old mare. This one is an 8-year-old gelding. I have no nerves to go with that kind of a thing. 57. This is 59. But it's a 7-year-old mare. So those things are those things. Can you believe that? That's a 9-year-old. The straight is difficult. The straight here at Flemington is very dicey. It's very dicey. Eight, 9, 12. Possible. This 12 cannot win as a neutral. That generally doesn't happen. But God knows the 11 is getting tailed. By the way,
Can save for one run. That one run was a good finale, finishing right with Next Step Iowa. I think it'd be right in the market here. So, yeah, happy that we're getting to 1100 in a really competitive race, as I've said there. Moby Dick gets one more chance. Okay, too close last time, wrong part of the track. He ran well in a Santa Ana Lane final prior to that, probably ran as well as Royal Insignia, who you've just seen almost win a Group 3 race. So he gets one more go, but I'm almost sick of him. Just like Gabby's tried well enough, she can win for sure. I just thought she was short enough early markets. Certainly Naval Academy and the 8 Charmed Run, the best of the blowouts for mine. 10, 2, 11, 3.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Just like Gabby is the favourite, 290 out to 350. Naval Academy 6 into 550. LP Bay Dioro 650 into 550, going back out to $6. Nimbus 2000 750 to 850, back into $7.50. Maybe Nick the old mate's been spec $12 into $10. And then there's nibbles along the river. Charm Run, Per Sempre and Electric Star. So they're spreading the love wide here, Gator, in the last.
Yeah, though it's been a bit of a theme of the day, hasn't it? A lot of these benchmark races still, we're edging closer to spring, but still a lot of these, benchmark 74s and 78s, where there's a lot of winning hopes. So punters looking for, an angle and a bit of luck in running.
But you're on top of LP Bay Dioro. No weight on the back again today. He's been close up in all 4 starts this campaign.
Yeah, it does get in light for an informed apprentice and informed stable. Nick Ryan and Jackson Radley in the saddle. So I like the fact he's drawn out wide to have, one last crack at them and
I'm out.
hopefully arrive right near the line.
Wrapping up with Matt. With 2, as far as the jockey ranks are concerned. Sandown tomorrow, Stern Idol's farewell over the Upper Novas. Just about ready as going in Naval Academy. Field is set to go. vrc.com.au sprint 1100 metres and away. Big Day Out jumped away pretty well towards the outside, just like Gabby began fast from along the river. Big Day Out is also up there. Electric Star from Barrier 1 is pushing forward to dispute the lead also. They were followed by Nimbus 2000. Our deep at Naval Academy's a couple off the lead, followed by our P-Bay de Oro. Per Sempre well back, Charm Run. Also Moby Dick and last Jenny Eddie Dots. Just like Gabby Electric Star together, a length and a quarter Naval Academy along the river. Then Big Day Out, who's pulling over time from LP Bay de Oro and Charm Run wider. Per Sempre back in the field, Moby Dick and Jenny Eddie Dots. They reach the 400 metres, just like Gabby, a length Naval Academy, then Electric Star called upon. Nimbus 2000, Big Day Out over on the far side. Electric Star battles on along the rivers trying to get through. Then LP Bay de Oro, it's just like Gabby, Naval Academy together at the clock tower. They were followed by along the river, LP Bay de Oro and Moby Dick is starting to charge. Just like Gabby, 50 metres to go from Naval Academy. Just like Gabby, beat Naval Academy. Photo third along the river, Moby Dick, and then LP Bay de Oro, Electric Star from Nimbus 2000, Big Day Out, Jump Run for Sempre and Jenny Any Dots. So it's just like Gabby winning the last for James Johnson and paying 370, 210 and beating Naval Academy. Looks like Along the River will run third one ahead of the two, Moby Dick. Just like Gabby wins first up, just like last campaign there, Gator.
11-3.
A good fresh mare, isn't she?
They played
She's,
very
gonna
nice
be a
today
star,
here
but
at
there's plenty
Flemington.
of good races for her, especially.
They played very nice today. Spring, right now it is going to be winters, Dows. It is going to be winters. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 9 races today here, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday, so if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit-chat, and try to solve the puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who has been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much for being there, my friends. And Dows, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Naveen, thank you